Okay, we're good.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Judiciary Committee meeting for April 9th, 2021. Happy JF deadline day, everyone. We have finally made it to Friday. I think the Republicans are just finishing up a caucus, so we are going to stand in recess just shortly. I don't believe it'll be long, and then we do expect to come back, finish up a couple of the bills we did not get to yesterday, and then likely break for a little bit longer caucus. All right. With that, we.
Mr. Chairman, could I just direct the Republican members to hit the link, the second link sent by Brian this morning for the caucus? Thank you.
All right. With that, we stand in recess, and we'll let everybody know when we're ready to come back. Thanks.
Good morning, Deb and Zoe. Happy JF Day.
Good morning.
I was muted, Bill. I'm sorry. Good morning to you. Happy JF Day to you.
I'm sorry, and I joined late. I'm assuming we're in caucuses.
Caucus.
Okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't be long though.
All right. Thank you. Good luck with everything today.
Thank you. Thanks for all your help.
Deb, never mind that last email.
You ready? Craig, Gary?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. I would like to reconvene the Judiciary Committee meeting. As I said, happy JF Day. The plan is to do a couple bills, as I indicated. We will then break again for caucus. I will remind members that we do have a deadline today. Bills, normally when we would be in person, bills have to be upstairs and filed with LCO by 5 o'clock. Now that all has to be done electronically, which actually moves our deadline up because it takes time to actually upload everything and get it upstairs by 5 o'clock. So we will not go all the way till 5 o'clock today because going till 5 o'clock is not going to help. We will end the meeting today at 3 o'clock in order to allow time for to make sure everything can get uploaded and upstairs to LCO. So the deadline for today is 3 o'clock. Madam Administrator, LCO, I assume that that's sufficient. Okay. All right. So that is the plan. We have 4 hours to do our business. So I'll remind members of that as we try to work through the remainder of the bills before this committee. All right. Any remarks from my co-chair or ranking member before we get started?
Nope. Happy JF Day.
Yep, same here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, we will begin. We are going to start with item number 16 on our agenda. That's House Bill number 6564, an act concerning secondhand dealers, precious metals, or stone dealers and pawnbrokers. I'll entertain a motion for a JF.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Okay.
I'll do the second.
I have a motion from Representative Sims and a second from Senator Winfield. This bill does two things. First, it removes the sunset date relating to methods of payment that secondhand dealers and precious stones dealers may use when paying for property received. In other words, it allows them to pay in cash. And second, it requires dealers of precious metals and stones to retain certain property for 10 days up from the current 5-day hold period prior to the sale or disposition of the property. So in essence, someone walks into a pawn shop with a gold chain. Under current law, that chain has to be held for 5 days before it can be resold or boiled down. This would increase the hold period to 10 days. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have familiarity with this bill. We in the Public Safety Committee, we had been able to, in effect, kill this bill over the last 4 years. You know, my main opposition to this bill is the sunset provision. The first section results from an agreement that was made about 10 years ago, saying that the practice would remain in place until July 1 of 2021. And this is a rollback of that. The other provision I'm comfortable with on the precious metals. You know, I'm going to vote no today. I'm hoping that, you know, we can, I expect that the bill is going to make it out of committee. I think it's important that my vote be consistent for those reasons as previously stated. I think a deal is a deal, but I understand in speaking to the advocates, the reasoning for this bill that's here today before us. So I look forward to having those discussions over the coming months and, you know, perhaps doing something on the House floor that advances the needs of both sides on this. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Certainly, I wasn't here 10 years ago. I don't know why they picked the sunset date they did, but it seems to me that, you know, a practice that's been in place for the better part of 10 years that, to the best of my knowledge, there has not been major issues with. We should allow to continue as opposed to rolling back. But I certainly appreciate your comments on it. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess a question and a comment. I'm looking at this sort of with my banking committee hat on. So the first, I guess, question or concern I have is I understand it. This requires checks to be issued instead of cash to be provided. However, is there the ability for a pawn shop under either current law or under this bill to actually effectively cash its own check? Is that a practice? Because I think there was some testimony that was a practice that was being utilized or could be utilized.
I think you actually have it backwards, Representative Doucette. The right now, the current law the current law allows for a pawn shop to pay cash. If this bill does not pass and the sunset comes to be in July, then a pawn shop would be required to pay in a check as opposed to having the option of paying in a check or cash.
Okay. I thought there was some testimony that there was a practice whereby checks would be issued and then could be cashed under this. And I am also confused about why the sunset date was chosen. Perhaps somebody who's been around longer than me could shed some light on that. But I do have concern about the transaction, about checks being issued and what we could potentially be happening with those checks, and certainly with cash being issued for the reasons that I think the police chiefs have testified to. And I'm also a little concerned about some of the arguments from the advocates that you know, this is something that's helpful to unbanked communities, and that is something again that we look at pretty closely and have tried to put forth some policies to expand banking services into unbanked communities, and that's a work in progress for our committee. I certainly don't think that expanding cash transactions to pawn shops is a way to get at that issue as a policy matter. So I'm certainly unswayed by that argument, and I again have some concerns and confusion about how this would work and the you know, the aspects around checks and cash. So I think I'm going to be opposing it today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I'm the only active police officer that sits in this committee. I've relied on my experience and shared my experience with my colleagues on numerous occasions. And I recognize that I mainly work in the southeast corner of the state, and while things go a certain way here, they may not go that way in other places. But while advocates that I generally agree with may not agree with me today, I think it is important that I continue in consistency to share my experiences. And I will tell my colleagues that I have on numerous occasions recovered stolen property at pawn shops and seen the suspects in those cases be prosecuted and not needed to follow that check. I think it's just important that my colleagues understand that the law does require that pawn shop owners do get proper information from those who come in, albeit they're not required to show a government issued ID. They are required by law to take a picture of the person that comes in when they come in. And my experience has been that that information has been sufficient to recover stolen property. I'm very excited to see that jewelry is being held for twice as long now, an additional 5 days, which gives us opportunity to get the complaint, investigate it. Many of my colleagues may not know that pawn shops are also required to report their transactions to local authority. And those transactions are put into a database, and it's a very user-friendly database where we can search for things and find stolen property. So giving us that extra 5 days, I think, is super important. And I think it's also important to note that that even with this, there's still a $1,000 limit within a 24-hour period. So on those major items or those major transactions, I think that check will still be there. So while I certainly understand CPCA's position on this, and while I do understand their concerns, I think based on my experience, which I've relied on numerous occasions, this committee, I'm going to rely on it today and vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bimbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I also want to indicate my support of this proposal. Typically, whenever the Police Chiefs Association submits testimony, it's certainly something that I don't take very lightly. However, in this particular situation, I do know that, at least to the best of my recollection, no one actually testified, which didn't allow for the ability to have the back and forth dialogue as to truly any concerns that they may truly have if this were to be implemented. Now, having spoken to pawn shop owners, my understanding is the reporting requirements, whether this was a check issued or cash issued, is still going to be the same, as the good Representative Howard also just highlighted. So usually a picture is taken, information is taken. Certainly most of the pawn shops I know actually have also video cameras within their shops in that regard. So the safeguards are certainly there. Now, when we talk about individuals specifically, even including this pandemic, who have been unemployed and do want to get cash and not have to wait for a bank to open over the weekend, I do think that they should certainly have the right to do so. And I'd also further submit that it's not only people who are financially challenged that use pawn shops. There's people that on a regular basis just likes to, return certain items and then use that to purchase new items. So the ease of the ability to get the cash and repurchase for the amount that's being indicated in this proposal, I think is reasonable. When we talk about sunset provisions, typically they're placed in there as a review. Things are working wonderful. If people need changes, it's a time then to submit a change and see if we can work something else out. I think that's exactly what we're doing here. And there would certainly be nothing that prevents us from revisiting this if it were to become an issue, but where the safeguards are still there, it's a nominal amount that we're allowing for cash. And certainly I know that if discussions are to be had in order to even address that amount, if people have a sense of comfortability with a lower amount, I think those discussions should be had. But at this time, when you've got a business that's been doing all the right things, I don't necessarily see any reason that this would cause any other concerns, societal concerns. I will be supporting this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief because I recognize time is of the essence today. On this proposal, I wish that we had more testimony from police chiefs while we had the hearing. I think it would have been useful to us. I will say that I've been here 10 years. I don't know why that deadline was what it was, but I will say this about sunsets. We have sunsets in the General Assembly, and oftentimes they are how we settle debates about whether something should operate for a while or go away completely. And oftentimes when we set sunsets, they get expanded upon. So even looking at the date might not tell you. What I'm saying is the logic is not always what you might think it would be. On the second part, the expansion of the days, I think that is important. And so I think the committee will, when the vote is taken, the committee will be all over the place, which is reflective of the fact that there's more conversation to have. And the way to have more conversation, I think, is to make sure that there is a bill. And so I will be voting for this bill. Not sure where I'll be at the end of this conversation, but I will be voting for this bill today.
Thank you, Chairman Winfield. Representative Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under current law, there is a $1,000 limit on these transactions in a 24-hour period. Through you to the proponent and whoever, would it be accurate to say then that it would potentially be possible to have $10,000 worth of cash transactions in a 10-day period? Is there any other limit besides the 1,000?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I just want to express some concern because, as you may well know, there are certain ways of tracking $10,000 transactions through our current banking and the federal level. And I'm not sure about the nexus between the unbanked and the precious stones, but I have had the unhappy experience of going to markets early on Saturday or Sunday mornings, or going to pawn shops to look for my property, and it's an interesting experience, but it's a whole other world. I'm concerned about the total amount within a certain period, as well as on the tracking. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate the remarks of my colleagues, and there's certainly a part of the bill that I support. I think support extending the amount of time that a pawn shop should be required to hold on to property, but I am concerned about the concern just expressed by Representative Dillon, and for that reason, while it's possible that I will support a version of this bill going forward, I can't support the language that's in front of us at this point this morning, so I will be respectfully a no vote on this bill.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That's item number 16, House Bill 6564. That was a JF motion. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Sorry, Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Yeah, I saw that. Representative Fishbein votes no. I'm finally getting to know this yellow box. I just learned about it 2 days ago. So
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar in the yellow box says yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Callahan has voted yes. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Dillon has voted no. Thank you very much. Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes no.
Representative Damassa has voted no. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes no.
Representative Doucette has voted no. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fiorello has voted no. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes no.
Senator Flexer has voted no. Thank you. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox has voted yes. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Representative Labriola has voted yes. Senator Lesser. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato. Pavlak D'Amato votes yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis has voted yes. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in affirmative.
Representative Sims has voted in the affirmative. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Veach has voted yes. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes. And I know Representative Gilchrist came into the meeting and you're all set. Okay. And just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, are we holding the votes open until 3?
No, we will hold votes open on early votes until 2 o'clock. So anything before 2 o'clock will be held open until 2. After 2 o'clock, between 2 and 3 o'clock, members have to be on. We will not hold votes. So we're given warning to folks, but that's the schedule for the day. All right.
Thank you.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Okay, Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Thank you.
All right. We are going to move on. Next on our agenda is going to be item number 15, House Bill 6505, an act concerning court operations. I'll entertain a motion for a JFS. LCO number is 6451.
I will make the, well, you said 6451. I think it's 6541. Just to check, or is that wrong?
You are Representative Staff correct. 6451.
Okay, because I'm just checking on my list. It's, I guess, turned around. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would, I believe Representative Blumenthal made the motion, so I will second LCO 6451.
All right. Motion made by Representative Blumenthal, seconded by Senator Winfield. All right, the bill before us does several things. First, it changes all of the statutory references in our statutes from the term juvenile detention center to juvenile residential center to better reflect the role of or description of those facilities. The bill permits the court or family support magistrate to make certain findings without requiring the physical presence of the parties in court. It allows remote applications for temporary restraining orders and remote applications for civil protective orders. It allows the court in several instances to make certain findings without the physical presence of parties in court. It allows the Judicial Review Council to access juvenile records when required for an investigation of a complaint against a judge. It reflects a deal between the Office of Chief Court Administrator and the court reporters involving sort of a labor issue and work standards issue, which was pointed out by the state auditor. It allows better flexibility for the family court to triage cases and do individual calendar scheduling. It makes abundantly clear that the court can take oaths involving remote technology. The import to many of these changes is really come out of the pandemic. The court, obviously, over the last year, really had to be nimble and do a lot of things in a new manner of business, and in many respects, a more efficient manner of business. These changes before us, I think, will streamline court operations in many respects, will make our courts more user-friendly, and I thank the judicial branch for bringing them to our attention. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the balance of this bill is certainly acceptable, but we run into a problem, at least from my perspective, when we get to sections 17 and 18, which have to do with an issue that we touched on yesterday, quite frankly. Currently, in order to file for a restraining order, well, no, let me take that back, withdrawn. Under the usual process to apply for a restraining order, or under 46B-15, or a civil protection order under 46B-16A, one is required to submit an affidavit. An affidavit, a document sworn to under oath, stating a limited amount of facts which rise to the level of proving that the individual should be entitled to the relief that's provided in those statutes. And that's a serious situation. Domestic violence is a serious situation. It goes on, unfortunately, in our state. But also, all too often, we find that process being misused. People make up things sometimes. And, it's not just women that apply for restraining orders. It's not just men that apply, both genders apply for restraining orders. And what sections 17 and 18 do is they reduce the requirement on that submission. We're taking out the requirement that an oath be taken on those documents. You're taking an oath is a serious situation. The express language being removed in both section 17 and 1718, section 18, is we're removing the requirement that an affidavit made under oath, which includes a brief, and then it goes on to statement. We're removing that requirement. We're lowering the bar. And we had Judge Albus speak to us a few weeks ago. We talked about that issue, and he agreed it's lowering the bar. And the problem becomes that what we're left with is a statement that has penalties of false statement under the criminal code, which would require a hearing, well, the issuance of an ex parte order based upon the, we'll just say for the purposes of where we are right now, less than truthful document. A court taking evidence, making a finding that it doesn't rise to the level based upon the evidence, and then the individual who's impacted by that statement having to go to the police, present a case, have the police make probable cause, swear to an arrest warrant, have a prosecutor sign off on the arrest warrant, and then a crime prosecuted. I will say that it's very rarely, if ever, going to happen. Somebody taking an oath puts a specter of seriousness, says to the individual, you better make sure you're telling the truth here. Do people lie sometimes when they're doing an affidavit? Sure, it's unfortunate as well. But I really have a problem with removing from section 17 and 18 that requirement of it being an affidavit. And what it does ultimately, it says to the individuals that they don't have to swear under oath. We'll take whatever you submit to us. And I think at the end of the day, that diminishes those legitimate cases of domestic violence, which we all agree exists. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion. Well, I am making a motion that we strike from this bill that's before us, HB 6505, LCO 6451, sections 17 and 18, which expressly deal with that. So I move that striking this time.
There's a motion to strike. There's a motion. All right, so there's a motion to strike sections 17 and 18. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second from Representative Dubitzky. Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Fishbein?
Yes, sir. Just briefly. I just want to bring to the attention of my colleagues, fellow members on this committee, that while this very serious section would not require an affidavit, there are other sections in here that do require an affidavit. For instance, when somebody wants to get an uncontested dissolution on the papers is the term. You submit your documents to the court, judge reviews them, enters the dissolution, assuming there to be an agreement. This bill requires an affidavit that there is no restraining order. Sort of counterintuitive. It's a little hypocritical. We require it for this, but not for that. I offer that the restraining order being a very serious situation, affordable to individuals, victims of domestic violence, is a lot more serious situation than an uncontested dissolution where perhaps nobody has any assets, short-term marriage, just looking to, part their ways. Requiring an affidavit there, but not for this, I think it sends a bad message on public policy. So that's the purpose of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Winfield, would you like to remark on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, let me recognize that Representative Fishbein did his due diligence by informing us of his concern, and the chairs took it seriously enough to engage him in conversation and engage him and the branch on the issue. So I take very seriously the concerns that he has, but coming out of that conversation, I will operate to oppose the amendment. I've said to Representative Fishbein that that opposition doesn't mean that I don't understand his concerns, and if there's a way to address them without moving away from the purpose of the section, then subsequent to this meeting, we will attempt to do that. But I will stand in opposition and would ask members to join me in that opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just add on that point that the I think the branch has certainly indicated to us that they believe the current process that has operated through the pandemic, where folks can apply remotely without the need necessarily to go to a bank and find a notary or go into the courthouse and swear in front of a clerk has been a benefit to victims of domestic violence. And I do think there's a rational reason for making this change as part of this overall package of ways to streamline the process. I would also note for the members that it's my understanding that as currently written, making a statement under penalty of a false statement is still a punishable crime. It's still a Class A misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to a year in prison. So it's not like there's not some sort of weight or import to signing that document. There is still a penalty for making a false statement if that's the concern. I did want to point that out. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I respect the situation with the pandemic, but I don't accept the parade of horribles that once we get out of the pandemic, that people aren't going to be able to access the system. The fact of the matter is the statute that we presently have requires an affidavit, but the judicial branch, when the pandemic started, and I don't believe there was an executive order to this effect, took it upon themselves to open up the process because of their decision to make the courts not as open to the public. I don't think that was inappropriate, but the fact of the matter is, I would hope at some point that we are not in a pandemic, and modifying this statute codifies something that maybe have been necessary given the pandemic, but was not necessary prior to the pandemic. And I respectfully offer would not be necessary after. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further questions or comments on the amendment? Further questions or comments on the amendment? Representative Fishbein, are you requesting a roll call on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Administrator, could you please call the roll on the amendment?
And that is House Bill 6505. This would be Amendment A, offered by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Representative Jablonski. And that was striking Sections 17 and 18. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the negative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the negative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes no.
Representative Staffstrom has voted no. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes no.
Senator Blumenthal has voted no. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Representative Fishbein has voted yes. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no.
Senator Anwar has voted no. Senator Bradley. I saw you come in the room.
Yes, I did. Senator Bradley votes no.
Senator Bradley has voted no. Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Sorry, Madam Administrator. Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Callahan has voted yes. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne has voted yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes no.
Representative Conley has voted no. Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes no.
Representative Curry has voted no. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes no.
Representative Dillon has voted no. Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes no.
Representative Damassa has voted no. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes no.
Representative Doucette has voted no. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky has voted yes. Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes no.
Senator Flexer has voted no. Representative Fox.
Senator Fox votes no.
Senator Fox has voted no. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Representative Gilchrist has voted no. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes no.
Representative Godfrey has voted no. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes no.
Senator Haskell has voted no. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Senator Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Representative Labriola has voted yes. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Can you please repeat?
Yes. Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Lesser votes no. Thank you. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes no.
Representative Palm has voted no. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
I'm sorry, Deb, was having a little trouble getting my video unmuted. Representative Porter votes no.
Representative Porter has voted no. Thank you. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes no.
Representative Quinn has voted no. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Thank you very much, Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes no.
Representative Riley has voted no. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the negative.
Representative Sims has voted in the negative. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Veach has voted yes. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes no.
Representative Walker has voted no. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes no.
Representative Young has voted no. Thirty-four members voting, yay 11, nay 23, 0 abstentions, 5 absent, not voting.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. The amendment fails. Is there further discussion on the underlying bill? Is there further discussion on the underlying bill? Representative Rabimbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to echo a little bit of the concerns that's been raised by Representative Fishbein. I'm going to be supporting this out of committee, but I do hope that communications continue. I think what's important here to realize is with the ease of even submitting the application, asking an individual to have an affidavit attached to it from the initial application, I do think it's very much important, and not wait until due process to both parties, the accused and the person who's making the accusation, to wait for the time of the hearing for that. When these applications are submitted, whether or not they are granted, they do actually create issues and problems in civil matters that may proceed thereafter regarding custody, divorces, as well as criminal matters that may be reported to the police, separate and apart from the application of the restraining order. So this is certainly not something that should be taken lightly. I understand that during the pandemic, this process has been put into place, and there is a sense of ease regarding it. And I quite possibly, there was no other option when the courts were actually closed, and they were minimizing the public access to it in order to obtain notarization of these affidavits. The ease of getting an affidavit notarized is not as difficult as people presume. You don't only have to go to banks. Any attorney certainly could sign off on it. Shelters, domestic violence organizations certainly have people who are notaries, or should always have had people who are notaries in that regard. Again, there is a sense of importance at the initial application and due process that should be secured for everyone involved, and not just wait for a hearing then to determine whether or not the individual was actually truthful or signing off or providing information that may not necessarily be all accurate. And that has happened on many occasions, even through my own practice of family law. I've represented individuals who have restraining orders that were actually represented by other attorneys. And they've admitted to me that the submission was, even on advice of an attorney, that their divorce or custody matter would be, for lack of a better term, simpler. It would assist them. And that's deplorable, obviously, and unacceptable for any attorney to make that type of representation without a true standard of what these restraining orders are. But I do think it is important to have how we should achieve that. I think further discussions on that is important. I think to believe or rely that the police are going to investigate thoroughly, quickly, adequately, any type of false accusations for false statements. Unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. They right now are overburdened with what I would characterize as other types of matters that they can't even get to. An investigation of all false accusations requires many different interviews, many hours of work. And when you look at that situation, if it's been essentially resolved and or the parties have already reached agreements post the application process, it almost becomes a mute issue. And so when you ask a police department to investigate something that ultimately has been resolved versus an ongoing investigation of something a little bit more of a priority, it's not going to see it through. So I just don't want anyone to have a false sense of comfort that now somehow that's going to happen. And then, the interesting thing is many of the domestic violence advocates have consistently and always said throughout the years, and I personally have heard it, that they want to avoid the involvement of police at all costs. And yet we're saying now that potentially alleged victim of domestic violence who may be making a false accusation, you want the police to actually get involved and investigate it. There's a sense of irony there in that regard. Again, I do think that this is something that should have further discussion. I do think that there is an importance at the initial application process and not only at the time of hearing that these issues are actually discussed. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, because I've heard this argument, and I understand where folks are coming from, kind of the investigation on the back end. But the investigation is the same whether it's being charged with making a false affidavit or an investigation into a penalty under false statement. The other thing I think just the members need to be clear about is that when somebody raises their hand and swears under, there's not an investigation done by the notary or the attorney. There is no, yes, they have to swear to the affidavit, but there is no upfront investigation done by the commissioner of the Superior Court or the notary at that time. So I'm a little confused about the argument. Representative Bimbis, if you want to respond, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding is, in fact, when someone was going into the clerk's office and submitting this, there is a sworn statement that they are asking if the accusations are true under the penalty of law. So there is, if the individual has any hesitation, then maybe some of the information may not have been completely truthfully accurate. They are put on notice initially at the time of application, which I think is an important step. And I don't believe that that is the case in this particular process that's being offered now.
All right, I guess we'll agree to disagree. I think there's, when you sign something under penalty of false statement and it says in bold print, you're signing something under penalty of false statement. To me, it's fairly similar effect, but I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. I look forward to the discussion.
Sure. Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, very disappointed that the amendment did not pass. And being somebody who does represent women, some cases men, who are victims of domestic violence, I speak from experience, almost 20 years of experience, and lowering this bar is troublesome, and ultimately, I think would lend to more misutilization of this situation. And last summer during the pandemic, as a result of the lack of attestation, I had a case where a woman, boyfriend girlfriend situation, and the girlfriend happened to find out that the boyfriend was stealing her underwear, and she was appalled at that and confronted him with that. Well, his reaction was to hit her twice in the head. She called the police. They arrested him, and as a result of that domestic violence arrest, a criminal protection order was put in place protecting her. The next day, he went to court and he submitted a family violence restraining order application under 46B-15. He didn't have to raise his hand, take an oath, and he made up all these accusations about her, that she was stalking him and she had a drug problem and she was erratic and all of this stuff. And that restraining order was issued against that young lady. And what that did was, by law, she had to turn in her firearm. That firearm that protected her from that abuser. And for the 10 days that she awaited that hearing to prove that she was not a bad person, she was fearful. I was fearful for her. I was going to have her come and stay at my house, quite frankly, because I thought he did that in a calculated manner to make her defenseless. And at the hearing, eventually I did prove to the court that he totally made up everything. We got her firearm back in her hands and she's able to protect herself. I don't think lowering this bar helps this situation at all. Legitimate victims of domestic violence should be able to raise their hand, take an oath that those papers are true and accurate. Whether they do it at the court or they do it at a bank, they do it somewhere and submit those documents, which are very important. This does not help. That, in conjunction with the fact that you need the affidavit for the other stuff, just does not make sense to me. So, I have to be opposed to this bill, and hopefully those that actually do these things would understand. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You. Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Item number 156505, an Accuspec Court Operations. The motion was for JFS 645.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield has voted in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Senator Staffstrom in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative Fishbein has voted no. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes yes.
Senator Bradley has voted yes. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Callahan has voted yes. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Champagne has voted no. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Steven?
Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry.
Okay, I'm.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Curry has voted yes. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative Damasa. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Dubitsky is voting no. Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Senator Flex. It's okay. Senator Flexer votes yes.
Senator Flexer has voted yes. Thank you, Senator. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fox has voted yes. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Representative Labriola has voted no. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser has voted yes. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes no.
Representative O'Day has voted no. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes no.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted no. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus has voted yes. Thank you. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Sims has voted in the affirmative. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Veach has voted yes. Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes. Representative Damasa.
Representative Damasa votes yes.
Representative Damasa has voted yes.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. If at this point we are going to recess for caucus. If folks missed votes on those first two bills, please hang back and make sure you get those recorded. We're going to recess for caucus, so be on the lookout for links for that, and we will let folks know when we're ready to reconvene a little later. All right. With that, we stay in recess.
Representative Curry, are you around? Senator Bradley, are you still here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Senator Bradley, how do you care on the first bill that we took up, which is item number 16, 6564? That concerning secondhand deals, precious metals, or stones dealers and cross brokers. That was a JF.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Senator Bradley has voted in the affirmative. Okay, and you voted on the second bill. Okay.
Sorry, Debbie, you're breaking up. I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you. You're all set.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? And so I'm.
Senator Lesser, I do need a vote on the first item, which is one I just read off to Senator
Yes.
Bradley. Item number 16.
Senator Lester's a no.
Senator Lesser is a no. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Deb. Just wanted to make sure I got my 2 votes in.
Let me just double check, Senator Conway. I'm pretty sure you did. Yep, you're all set. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, she missed, same one. Oh, she missed both of them. Wait a minute, how could she have missed both of them? Yeah, she voted on the amendment. Oh.
Hello. Hi. Anybody there?
I'm right here.
Okay. Sorry.
Right here. I'm sorry. I was just running around trying to get stuff done. All righty. Representative Walker. Hold on.
Yes.
Kelly,
Thank-
speak right here. Okay. All righty. Representative Walker. First one we voted on. Yes. Item number 16, 6564, pawnbrokers. It was a JF. How do you care to vote?
I'm assuming everybody said yes, so I'm voting in the affirmative.
Yeah. Well, some of the D's said no. But the chairs voted yes. So you are, so
Yeah.
could you say Representative Walker, I'm voting in the
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker has voted in the affirmative. Okay, thank you. And then, and now concerning court operations, item number 15, 6505, it was amended by substitute language LCO 6451. You voted against the amendment A, but you vote on the underlying bill. So that
I'm
was,
voting. Okay, I haven't. The Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker has voted in the affirmative. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
Judiciary Committee, this is the file.
Madam Clerk, Deb, you there?
Madam Administrator, this is Representative Fiorello. If you're available, I'd like to cast my vote on number 6505.
You can hear me, but I'm sitting here responding to you and you can't hear me. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm not driving, although I am in a moving vehicle, but I will go ahead and cast my vote. So Representative Fiorello, are you ready for me?
Wait just one second. Let me just get my pen. I apologize. Okay, Representative Fiorello, how do you care to vote on number 15 and not concerning court operations?
Yes, I'll vote no on 6505.
Excellent. And then there was an amendment to that, but that time has already elapsed to vote, so
I understand.
it failed anyways.
Yeah.
That's all you've got. So, and
Okay.
you'll be available.
I'll wait for us to reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, I got 1:30. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call back to order the Judiciary Committee meeting. We have some work still ahead of us to get done. As a reminder, we are ending at 3 o'clock. We have to end at 3 o'clock in order to comply with the rules and get the bills upstairs. So, I would ask folks, obviously, the quicker we can get through bills, the more we can do. I would ask members to stay close by because we are not going to hold votes open, as I said, after 2 o'clock. So we're rapidly approaching that. So there's not going to be an opportunity for folks to catch up on votes if they miss them. All right. Anything from my co-chair, the ranking member?
No, sir. Thank you. No, thank you.
All right. Then let's get going. First up will be item number 11 on our agenda. That's Senate Bill number 1092, an act concerning a study of the state's civil laws. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Gilchrist. This bill establishes a working group to study our state's civil laws as set forth in Title 52 of the General Statutes. Questions or comments on the bill? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, am I to understand that this bill is what we commonly call a dummy bill or a placeholder bill? Is that fair to say?
I guess it's fair to say other language could be put in this at some point, but right now this is a study of our civil laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for that answer. Since I've been in the legislature, I've been opposed to dummy bills. Certainly myself being ranking member on this committee, I recognize that the existence of a dummy bill may be to my assistance because of my elevated role. But in looking at the concept, my opposition to dummy bills, I don't think that my elevated role should change my position. It would be selfish, quite frankly. And therefore, I do intend to vote against the dummy bills out of principle because of the process, the committee process. So I understand the sometimes hypocrisy of taking that position, given being ranking member on this committee. But I think that's the right action to take. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Representative Dubitzky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am and have been against dummy bills. I think dummy bills are created specifically to circumvent the public hearing process. They're bills that have no legitimate substance, and I believe this is one of them, that are used as vehicles to create bills after the public hearing process is finished, and they hide what the legislature is doing from the public and prevent the public from participating and commenting on the bills that are before the legislature. So, like all dummy bills, I oppose this one and will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I guess I would just respectfully disagree and present the other side to this, which is, we have a part-time legislature that meets for certain months out of the year and goes in a certain process. And after the first couple months or first couple weeks of the year, there's not an opportunity for a new topic necessarily to be presented. And oftentimes during the legislative process or during the legislative session, kind of new issues will come up. I think, particularly as we deal with, hopefully the drawdown of a pandemic. And we've seen this year, a number of bills have gone through this committee that have dealt with things that we didn't know would come up a year ago, pre-pandemic. I don't think the intent, certainly I know the intent of the chairs of this committee are not to circumvent the public hearing process or to hide from the public what we are doing. It is simply that sometimes issues come up at an inconvenient point in the legislative session when we are beyond whatever the rule deadlines we have are in order to start a bill through the process. So just thought I needed to respond with that. Further questions or comments on this bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was a motion for a JF 1092, enacting a study of the state civil laws. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield's voted in the affirmative. Representative Stafford.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom has voted in the affirmative. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Representative Fishbein has voted no. Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley.
Wait, Senator Anwar votes yes. Could not
Sorry.
unmute himself fast enough.
I know that's quite all right, Senator Anwar. Senator Anwar has voted yes. Thank you. Senator Bradley. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Representative Callahan has voted no. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Champagne has voted no. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative DeMassa. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Dubitsky has voted no. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fiorello has voted no. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Could you just repeat your name so we know who you are?
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
We'll have to repeat that.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Perfect, Representative Fox, thank you. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Senator Haskell has voted yes. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Representative Labriola has voted yes. Senator Lesser. Oh, he's coming into the waiting room right now. Let me just admit him. Oh, thank you, Zoe. Senator Lesser, are you connected? Give him a moment. Representative Luxembourg. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pablo D'Amato. Representative Porter.
Sorry, Pablo D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Pablo D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Sims in the affirmative. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Veach has voted no. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes yes in the affirmative.
Either way, it's the same thing. Thank you.
Okay.
Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes. Now, I know that.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Yep, sorry. Representative Harding votes yes.
One more time. Now we can catch.
Representative Harding votes yes.
That was a really resounding yes, wasn't it? 3 times. Thank
Senator
you,
Lester. Senator Lester in the affirmative, please.
Senator Lester's also in the affirmative. And Representative Massa, I saw that you joined.
Representative Damascene, in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Massa has in the affirmative. And I saw also Representative Rabimbus has joined.
Yes, Madam Clerk, that Representative Rabimbus in the affirmative.
Representative Rabimbus in the affirmative. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 19 on our agenda. This would be House Bill number 6668, an act concerning a study of criminal procedure laws of this state. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Quinn. This bill does what the title says it does. Questions or comments? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the same reasons pointed out for the prior bill, I do intend to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Drabitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just like the other bill, this is a dummy bill. This has no substance. It's intended to circumvent the public hearing process. I understand that these bills are used by both sides of the aisle as vehicles for concepts that hadn't been considered during the public hearing period. Those concepts should wait for next year. If there's an emergency, a bill can be e-certed. There's no reason to have dummy bills floating around to be used as vehicles for new things. That if you're a member of the public and are trying to follow what the legislature is doing, these bills are the worst thing because you can't even tell what the substance of the bill is going to be. So hopefully over the years, if I keep voting against these things, I'll get more and more people to start voting against them. And at some point, maybe we'll get rid of them. But this is, I think they're an affront to the legislative process and done by both sides of the aisle. And I will continue to oppose them. Thank you.
You, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, not to contradict my good friend, Representative Drabitsky, but just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. This could be utilized. For example, hypothetically, we've gotten out my deep consent bill out in the past. And so if we thought there was an emergency, that bill could be utilized here, just hypothetically, for example, correct?
Yeah, it could. I think the other thing is this bill particularly talks about the procedures, criminal procedures. We know there's a backlog in our criminal court. The branch may come to us at some point and say, as we start having jury trials possibly at some point, that we need some sort of change in procedure in order to accommodate that, to effectuate people's constitutional rights to a speedy trial. There's any number of reasons why these bills could be used. And my experience, having been in leadership in this committee, certainly for the last several years as chair and prior to that as vice chair, we generally use them in a bipartisan manner.
And that's my point. Look, in all honesty, Representative Drabitsky, I'm not contradicting you at all. I understand your point, and it's a good one. But I also see the value of it, and this committee does do them in a bipartisan way. And I would fully expect that any utilization of this would be in a bipartisan manner. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Representative Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I vehemently need to correct the record. It has never been the intention of anyone on this committee or any other to circumvent the public. That has never been the intention. the purpose, as Representative O'Day mentioned, is to leave the door open for things that happen after today. Every year we do validating acts. We need to correct paperwork filing that showed up late, but we don't learn about it until late in the session. Having to wait till next April costs nonprofits money, is against public policy. So, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands these bills have never been intended to circumvent the public input.
Thank you, Representative Godfrey. Certainly you've been at this a lot longer than I have, but that is my experience as well, for sure. Senator Winfield.
Not to belabor this and almost don't want to go behind Representative Godfrey given his tenure here, but I would just say that there are various reasons why we want these types of bills to exist. We just this week used one of these bills when two bills couldn't find agreement, and as a way of finding agreement on bills that had public hearings. That's happened after the committee as well. We've also had instances, I've been around long enough to see that we had a mistake in a bill we passed, we realized it, and we didn't actually have a proper vehicle with which to fix that mistake. This could be used for that. And I could go down a list of very real things that don't keep the public from knowing what we're doing, but allow us to keep the business going, that make having what some people want to refer to as dummy bills a good idea. And I would hope that people would join in voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That was House Bill 6668, in that concerning study of criminal procedural laws of the state. The motion was for today. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
I just cut that.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom. Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal has voted yes. Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Fishbein is no. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Senator Anwar has voted yes. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Excuse me. Thank you. Senator Bradley has voted in the affirmative. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes no.
Senator Callahan has voted no. Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes no.
Senator Champagne has voted no. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Conley has voted yes. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Dillon has voted yes. Representative DeMassa.
Representative DeMassa votes yes.
Representative DeMassa has voted yes. Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Doucette has voted yes. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes no.
Representative Dubitsky is voting no. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes no.
Representative Fiorello is voting no. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
We got everything except the part where you said your name.
Senator Flexer.
Thank you. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Fox voting yes. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist has voted yes. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Godfrey has voted yes. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Representative Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Sure. Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Labriola has voted yes. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Lesser votes yes. Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Senator O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm, Representative Palm votes yes. Representative Palm has voted yes. Representative Pablo-Octomato,
Pablo-Octomato votes yes.
Representative Pablo-Octomato has voted yes. Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Porter has voted in the affirmative. Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Quinn has voted yes. Representative Rabimbus, Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes yes.
Representative Riley has voted yes. Senator Sampson, Representative Sims,
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Sims has voted in the affirmative. Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes no.
Representative Veach has voted no. Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
could you please repeat and put your video
Oh,
on?
I'm sorry.
Could jump in and
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
DES
Thank you,
revisit that relates to
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes.
All right, we are going to stand at ease for about 5 minutes. If there's any member on who has missed any of the votes yet today, now is the time to get those recorded, because from here going forward, we're not going to hold votes open.
Okay, so we are waiting for Senator Sampson, who has not joined us yet, Representative Curry, who is not here, and also I think Senator Bradley. Let's just double check. We missed anything.
Deb, this is Representative Conley. I only voted twice, so I think I missed the middle vote.
I think you voted right. You missed the I believe you missed the failed amendment.
Oh.
No, you voted on the amendment. Let's see. Conley, you voted on that one. No, you voted on those. No, you voted on everything, hon. Yeah, I've got you on everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Bradley, 1092, are you available to vote?
I am available, and Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. And Representative Luxembourg has not joined us, nor has Senator Kasser. Representative Rabimbus, are you available?
In order to be fair to the members, we will give it till 2 o'clock. So we will stand at ease for the next 7 minutes if folks need a short break.
Deb, this is Senator Anwar. Just wanted to check if any of the votes I may have missed. I don't think I have, but I'm being obsessive.
You have either, but it doesn't hurt to check. But let's just double check. No, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. See that you've joined us, Luxembourg. There you are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We'll start at the top. Item number 16 was the first bill that was brought out. 6564, the pawnbroker bill that was a JF. Representative
Sorry, Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Okay. Second item on the agenda was number 15, court operations, that had JFS language 6451. There was also a failed amendment that closed out the time for voting for. Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote on court operations?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Thank you. Then when we came back from the break, item number 11, 1092, and that concerning a study of the state civil laws was a JF. Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Item number 19, 6668, and that concerning a study of criminal procedure laws of this state. Representative Luxembourg, how do you care to vote?
Luxembourg votes yes.
All righty. Now, you've got until 2 o'clock to change your votes, but after that, you gotta be here. Can you handle that?
I will see you all in 4 minutes at 2 o'clock.
Okay,
Looking
good.
forward to it.
So are we. Thank you so much, Representative.
Take care.
Representative Rabindus, are you there?
Can't hear you.
No, I'm off mute. Representative Rabindus?
Deb, could you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Perfect. I can
Oh.
see you. Excellent.
Sorry, so
Okay, so let's see where we're at here. I think we just missed one of the bills, and that concerning a study of criminal procedure laws of the state, number 196668. How do you care to vote?
Representative Rabindus in the affirmative.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Rabindus. We're all set.
Thank you so much. Bye.
You.
Deb, this is Tony. Did I miss any, did I miss any votes?
Don't think so, because you came in the interim and voted on those, and you've been here for these last two. You're all set. Thank you though for checking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have 2 o'clock. Let's get rolling. Next up on our agenda will be item number 6, Senate Bill number 1023, an act concerning the duties and responsibilities of the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. I will entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 6562.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from, I think it was Representative Fishbein. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The JFS language, which I believe everyone has, removes the reliance that agencies have been able to make on the CHRO process in lieu of an agency investigation. It deals with the issue that some of us have heard about training, where you may leave between one agency and another, have had training. That training, if you had stayed in the agency, would have lasted, but because you move between agencies, you have to do training again. It's duplicative, and this allows for it to run the full 2-year course. It also deals with an issue that comes when there was the issue of filing with 300 days to make sure that the filing of a complaint for an alleged act of discrimination to be filed within 300 days of the alleged date of the act of discrimination across the board. To you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this bill? Questions or comments on this bill? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
And that was item number 6, 1023, JFS Post Substitute LCO 6562. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
I gotta, let me see.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes. Senator Anwar in the yellow blocks now votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Senator Bradley in the affirmative. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
For Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Can you please repeat with your name again?
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Champagne is yours. Yes. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Can you please repeat? We're not seeing you.
Oh, Representative Conley votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Senator Dillon has voted yes. Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Yep. Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Please repeat. Senator Haskell, could you please repeat? We're not seeing your video. It says your bandwidth is low. We'll go back to Senator Haskell. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm. Representative Palm votes yes. Will you please repeat? Representative Palm votes yes. Thank you, Representative Palm. Representative Pavlik D'Amato. Pavlik D'Amato votes no. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis.
Thank you.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Yes, Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker, could you just hold on 1 second? Representative Veach, put the audio on again, the video on again so we can see you.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative Veach. Representative Walker, I'm sorry. Are you available?
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative Walker. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Representative Young has voted yes. Representative Fiorello, I saw that you were joining. Representative Fiorello, are you here?
Madam Administrator, I think I had a connectivity issue, but Senator Haskell would like to vote yes.
Thank you, Senator Haskell.
Madam Administrator, Representative Fox votes in the affirmative.
Representative Fox voting in the affirmative. Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. No, I'm glad we got you.
Ms. Blanchard, did you get me or not? Because you.
I did get you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
I was just trying to do it like the old fashioned way, like boom, 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 boom. It wasn't
I'm always for the old fashioned way. Thank you.
Representative Fiorello,
Thank
are you out there?
Yes, Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Okay.
All right. I think that concludes the roll call on that item. Next, we will turn our attention to section 4 of our agenda. There's a bill referred from the Commerce Committee. It is House Bill number 6607. I'll entertain a motion to JF to the floor.
So moved.
In a second.
Second, Palm.
Okay, I got a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Palm. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill comes to us from the Commerce Committee, and its intent is a very good one. As we all know, cybersecurity and data breaches are a huge issue, and this bill aims to encourage companies and nonprofits to increase and develop cybersecurity standards that comport with the industry standard. It proposes to do so by providing an affirmative defense in tort actions to business entities or nonprofits that adopt one of 6 recognized industry standard cybersecurity frameworks, and then essentially stick to that framework in their conduct. With all that in mind, there are a number of concerns that members of this committee and others have about some of the details of this bill. And to her credit, the proponent of this bill has acknowledged that this bill is a work in progress, and she is very interested in hearing and addressing those concerns. With all that in mind, I believe that the ranking member has an amendment to propose to this bill.
Thank you. Ranking Member Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do adopt the comments of Vice Chair Blumenthal with regard to the bill. There has very good intent. I've been concerned throughout this session about the amount of information that private businesses get from people that want to do business with them and what happens to that. And I note that in reviewing this proposed legislation, that we are making it a criteria that they comport to this industry standard, which is extensive. But then we give these entities an out, and we characterize it as reasonably conforming. And the concern is if there's, let's say, 1,000 different criteria by which they must meet, and they meet 999 of that criteria, but that one that they don't leads to somebody's social security or date of birth being released, and an identity fraud situation happening, the affirmative defense should not automatically kick in. Also, these industry standards, over the last many years, our utilization of the internet has certainly increased during the pandemic and things like that. And the industry standards have drastically changed, made many, many changes. We would want these cyber businesses to update their compliance quickly when the national standards are changed. And I note that in this language, it gives them a year to reasonably comply, and that's troublesome. So with that, and I know the Vice Chair Blumenthal did mention an amendment. Mr. Chairman, I make an amend. I move that we amend HB 6607 LCO 4480 to remove from line 56 and 58 the word reasonably. In line 77, to remove the word reasonably and replace 1 year with 60 days. And in line 97, remove the word reasonably, and in line 98, to replace the term 1 year with 60 days. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Senator Winfield. So we have a motion to amend this bill by Representative Fishbein. We have a second by Senator Winfield. Madam Administrator, do you need the amendment repeated, or do you have it straight?
I would like it repeated, but I can have Brian perhaps can just email it to me, and then we'll be all set.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Discussion on this amendment. Representative Blumenthal?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say for the record that I consider this amendment a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Senator Chairman Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I just wanted to say I, along with several others, had concerns about the bill that came to us. Wanted to keep the bill moving since it came from a committee that we know did its diligence on it. And I think this amendment maybe doesn't make it perfect for everybody, but I think it does make it a better bill that I can now find myself voting for.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If not, let me try your minds. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Fishbein, further on the underlying bill?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you through you to the proponent of the bill. I appreciate that Representative Fishbein's amendment has clarified some of the questions that I had about the scope of the bill, but note just on the news today, there's another news story about a data breach, this time affecting customers of Trinity Health. And I was wondering, through you to the proponent of the bill, if you could foresee this amendment limiting the bill is amended is limiting the rights of data breach victims to pursue actions in cases like the Trinity Health case, where someone could claim that they were following some guidelines, but that the result would be that the victim of data theft could lose their right to seek redress. Is that how you interpret it, through you, Mr. Chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Trinity Health and business entities like it would be eligible and covered by this bill potentially. It would depend on what cybersecurity framework they adopted and how closely they hewed to it. But yes, conceivably, it could limit the ability of victims of a data breach from seeking justice or accountability in a court. And that's one of the elements of the concerns I and others have about this bill, and one of the reasons why it's so important that the proponent of the bill and the Commerce Committee generally have declared their willingness to continue to work with everyone who does have concerns on it to address those concerns.
Thank you, Representative, through you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the words of Senator Winfield a minute ago and the amendment, and again, your answering the question. I have concerns about this bill that remain unanswered. I know that there are a variety of schemes intended to provide justice for victims of data breaches, and I will be interested to see how this intersects with existing state regulation of public health facilities, of insurance companies, of other financial institutions, as well as how it would intersect with applicable federal laws. And as a result, I will be flagging this with a no vote today, but would be willing to continue to work on this legislation going forward and ensuring that it provides adequate redress for the public.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions or comments on the bill? Further questions or comments on the bill? If not, Madam Administrator.
And that was item number 1 on the referred bill, section 6607 of the JFX with Amendment A, which was an oral amendment, friendly amendment offered by Representative Fishbein, seconded by Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, oh, sorry, I thought I'm too fast. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's a good thing.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative. Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes. Senator
Can you please
Anwar votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Perfect, Representative Dillon. Nice job. Thank you. Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
One more time.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Representative Damassa. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Please repeat.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer. Senator Flexer, are you out there?
You hear? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
I
Madam
can.
Administrator, Senator Flexer votes no.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Perfect. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
You have to repeat, please.
I apologize. Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
you please repeat?
Senator Lesser votes no.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes no.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
could you please repeat?
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm,
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato,
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
can you please repeat?
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis,
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
can you please repeat?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis, for your patience. Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes yes.
thank you. Senator Sampson, Representative Sims. Representative Sims, can you hear me? Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
thank you, Representative Veach. Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
could you just put your camera down so we can see you?
Can you see me? Representative Walker votes in the affirmative. Can you
Thank
see me?
Representative Walker, I can see you
Okay.
perfectly. Good, thank you.
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
thank you, Representative Young.
All right, we will next turn our attention to item number 1 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 939, an act concerning land use appeals. Is there a motion?
You
So
said,
moved.
but you had called, number 1 on the agenda is 938 land use appeals. You said 939.
I apologize. 938 land use appeals were on. I fumbled the numbers. It's been a week. All right, Senate Bill 938 land use appeals. Motion from Representative Fishbein. Second.
Second.
Second from Representative Dubitsky. Comment on this bill, Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a statute currently in existence where if you file an appeal in a land use case, in order to withdraw that appeal, the judge is required to bring the parties in to hold a hearing. Many attorneys and judges believe that this is unnecessary expense. If somebody wants to withdraw a case in virtually every other aspect of civil litigation, they can withdraw the case without asking permission and having a hearing. So what this bill does is it just eliminates the need for the hearing in order for a party to withdraw a case in a land use appeal. I understand that there are some environmentalists that are opposed to it. Frankly, I don't understand why. The bill is simply intended to avoid the cost of having all the attorneys and parties show up at a hearing before a judge in order to have an appeal withdrawn, making it easier for parties to settle the case. It is not an earth-shattering bill. It is simply a way that attorneys that practice in this area and the judges that oversee these cases seek to try to make it a little bit more affordable for parties to settle cases. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to the intent of this bill,
but I would like to urge my colleagues to oppose it because I believe it rids the public of the critical transparency of a hearing. And I think it has, in effect, the possibility of doing several things, one of which is robbing municipalities, which may not have the deep pockets of some developers, from being able to oppose a plan that is deleterious to the environment. I think it takes intervener status away from environmentalists. And I think it undermines the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act. So since we in good government always try to be transparent about our efforts, I think that giving the public and advocates a chance to weigh in and possibly even improve a proposal is an important thing. So I will be opposing this, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must respectfully disagree with the opposition to this bill at this point. I know of no provision of this bill or any bill really that in any way harms a potential party's ability to intervene in a case. The case is brought on a land use appeal and is presently there. Somebody who believes they have intervener status would like to get involved in that case is able to file the motion, prove under the criteria of our statutes that they are a reasonable and necessary party to that action. If the case goes away and that group or individual still believes that they have a justiciable issue that would protect the environment, nothing precludes them from bringing an action to assert their rights. So, in the cases that I've had in this area, nothing happens at these things. Nobody shows up. People come to court. They go into chambers with the judge. Do you want to say anything? No, we're just here because of the statute says. Everybody leaves. So, procedurally, I think it to be unnecessary. And, Judge Berger, I think, is right in asking for this. And certainly, even if that notice of a withdrawal is filed, one could object. And I'm not aware of that ever happening. So I don't understand, knowing our court process and how that works. So I just want to make that clear. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative, can I just follow up quickly? Are you submitting that the judicial branch is supportive of this bill? Because I don't recall seeing testimony from either them or the bar weighing in on this proposal.
I believe the genesis of the bar is Judge Berger, who is in our courts, as you know, there are certain specialized judges assigned. There's a land use docket. He has been the judge there for years. And it's my understanding that he is the impetus behind this bill. So I do concur that there is no writing to that effect, but that's my understanding. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No, I just wanted to clarify. Certainly, I know who Judge Berger is, and his reputation clearly precedes himself. I just, in reviewing the testimony, I didn't see anything formally from the branch or from the bar on this. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed something from them. Representative Rubimbis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, certainly I don't, have a dog in this fight at all, but I certainly want to make sure that I have all the facts correct. I was inclined to vote for this because of the mere fact that this allows an individual to withdraw a case without having to go to court, just as we do in all cases involving all types of issues. Is that what this proposal does, Mr. Chairman?
my understanding that yes, it does. I think what the concern on this is you don't necessarily need the support of an intervener in order to withdraw the case. So if the plaintiff in a land use appeal wants to withdraw their case without and settle it without kind of involving the interveners, that could happen if this legislation passes is the best I understand the concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess to that point, if I'm not mistaken, two things that means. Even if I were to go into court and physically say, I want to withdraw this case, the intervener as well still can't prevent me from doing so, which is very similar to even just filing the document. So I'm just concerned again as to the representation of what this proposal does or doesn't do, as to, people's position on it. I just want to make sure that the record is clear that whether you walk into court and if you are the party who brought in the case, you're going to get it withdrawn. You don't need to consult or be prevented from doing so from any intervener. And that would not change by just filing this document in and of itself. I certainly am open to hearing otherwise, and I would want to hear that certainly before I vote on this proposal, but based on facts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Dubitzky for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And really quickly, I understand Representative Palm's concerns. And if you look at the bill, those concerns are actually addressed in the bill with regard to interveners, because an intervener would be intervening as a defendant in a case. And under this bill, if a plaintiff wishes to withdraw the case, they submit a withdrawal, and the court would allow them to withdraw unless any defendant objects. Any defendant has 30 days to object. So an intervener in such a case would be able to file an objection, in which case the court must hold a hearing. So I understand Representative Palm's concerns. Those concerns are acknowledged and addressed in this bill. So I don't believe there is an outstanding issue that Representative Palm had indicated. So I would encourage people to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Is there further discussion or comment on this bill? Further discussion or comment? So frankly, I'll be honest that kind of during this debate, I've been getting some text messages from various folks. I think there's enough confusion on this as to where exactly the branch and the bar stand on this. I'm disappointed that they have not testified on this bill. I am going to vote no on this today, simply because I don't have enough information from the bench or from the bar on this proposal. But certainly, I don't want my no vote to influence others who may want to vote for this bill. But I feel I need to flag it with a no to get more clarity from the bench and the bar as we sit here today. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for coming after you, but I just looked at is it correct that we had no testimony in support of this, that all the testimony on this bill is in opposition?
That's what it appears,
Yeah.
Representative. That's my concern, is that we've not heard formally from the branch or from the bar on this proposal.
Right, and looking at the testimony, it seems like all of this testimony has actually come from attorneys or people that are very close to this issue. And like I said, they all have strongly opposed us supporting this bill in their testimony. So just for the record, I would like to say that I'm going to be a no on this as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Winfield?
Yeah, sorry for going after you. I am I'm thoroughly confused by this bill. I don't understand if the bill was won and there was a proponent of the bill, why no one testified or contacted us earlier about doing this bill. Given the opposition and where the opposition comes from, I take that into account. I also take into account that the leader of my caucus is signed on to this bill. But this bill is all over it's all over the map in terms of trying to understand what is happening here, who is for and who's against it. And as it sits right now, I take seriously the testimony that comes before us or is submitted to us, and that which is not, and not having had the positive input to go back to question. I am going to be a no today on this bill. I wish that this had developed in a different way, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Further questions or comments on this bill? Further questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Item number 1, 938 JF, Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the negative.
Representative Stastrom.
Representative Stastrom votes no.
Senator Castor. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes no.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes in the affirmative.
Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes no. Senator Anwar votes no.
Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes no.
Can you please repeat?
Senator Bradley votes no.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Please repeat. I didn't get your name with your video. Sorry.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes no.
Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes no.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes in the negative.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Doucette votes no.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes no.
Senator Flexer has voted no. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fox. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes no.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes no.
Representative Godfrey has voted no. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Senator Harding has voted yes. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes no.
Senator Haskell has voted no. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Senator Howard has voted yes. Representative Labriola. Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes no.
Could you please repeat?
Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Lesser has voted no. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes no.
Representative Luxembourg has voted no. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative O'Day has voted yes. Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes no.
Representative Palm has voted no. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato has voted yes. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes no.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes no.
can you please repeat?
Representative Quinn votes no.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative Rabimbus.
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Can we just gotta see your video?
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbus. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes no.
Riley has voted no. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims in the negative.
Can you please repeat? We need to see video.
Representative Sims in the negative.
Thank you, Representative Sims. Representative Veach.
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Veach has voted yes. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes negative.
Representative Walker has voted in the negative. Representative Young.
Representative Young votes no.
Representative Young has voted no.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Could you please repeat?
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Labriola.
All right. We have 19 minutes, folks. As we said, we have to end at 3 o'clock in order to be compliant with getting votes upstairs and recorded and the like. So 19 minutes to go. We will turn our attention to number 2 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 939, an act providing immunity from civil liability to a physician who accompanies and assists a state's regional or municipal SWAT team. There's JFS language, LCO 6591. Can I have a motion for JFS?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. This bill before us does 2 things. First, what the title suggests it does is provides immunity to a physician who accompanies a SWAT team. The second thing it does is it establishes parameters for civil liability against an architect who accompanies a public safety official in voluntarily and without compensation, basically pro bono, to evaluate the safety of a building or structure in the aftermath of a major disaster or emergency. It's not an outright immunity as set forth in lines 23 through 26 of the substitute language. The architect still has to operate within a particular standard of care, reasonable, prudent standard of care. Questions or comments on this bill? Questions or comments on this bill? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Item number 939, JFS Post Substitute LCL 6591. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom in the affirmative.
Senator Kasser. Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel. Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar. Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley votes in the affirmative.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Representative Conley. Representative Curry. Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Damassa.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Please repeat.
Representative Damassa votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Doucette.
Representative Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
can you please repeat?
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
And Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
We only got the yes. We didn't get the name.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Harding. Thank you for your patience. Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes no.
Senator Lesser. Representative Lesser. I'm sorry.
Senator Lester votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg has voted yes. Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Havelock D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Rabimbis. Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Sampson. Representative Sims.
Representative Sims in the affirmative.
Representative Veach.
I'm sorry, Representative Veach votes yes.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Walker.
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Can you please repeat?
Representative Young votes yes.
Thank you, Representative Young. Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Conley, are you available out there?
All right. We all set, Madam Administrator?
Yes, thank you.
All right, 13 minutes. Next up, we will call item number 10 on our agenda, SB number 1088, an act concerning assault of a sports official. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Representative Gilchrist and a second from Senator Champagne. This bill would create a Class C felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison for assault on a sports official. Questions or comments on the bill? Questions or comments on the bill? Representative Senator Winfield.
Yeah, I wanted to start off because I know the time is short, so I wanted to see if I could get my questions in. I remember when we had this hearing, I was listening intently because I was trying to figure out whether or not we actually needed this or not. I think that was a lot of the question that was happening during the hearing. And it's my understanding that when this happens, it's a terrible thing. It happens oftentimes in the sight of people, particularly our young people, and we don't want these kinds of things happening. But as I left the hearing, I just was left with a lot of questions. One of the things that was represented to us was that if we did what's intended here, we could put the fact that there's this enhanced penalty on signs, and that might deter the behavior. But I believe that I heard the question asked during the hearing is there a penalty currently for assaulting the sports official just because it's an assault? And I believe it to be the case that there is a penalty for assault, but I would just ask the proponent, is there a penalty for assault?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's actually several degrees of assault in our statutes. The highest already being a Class B felony in certain limited instances, but generally assault is in the second degree is a D felony, and in the third degree is an A misdemeanor, which is punishable by up to a year in prison.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Chair. And when it's in the third degree and you have that A felony, I believe, if I remember correctly,
A misdemeanor, Mr.
A misdemeanor, sorry. Long days. I believe that you have to also have the intent to cause physical harm. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm looking up. It's 53A-61 of the general statutes, and it says a person is guilty of assault in the third degree when, with intent to cause physical injury to another person, he causes such injury to such person, or recklessly causes serious physical injury to another person.
And so in the bill before us, in the second paragraph, lines 5 through 10, the person only has to intend to harass or retaliate someone, and may happen to, in doing that, cause physical injury without intent to cause that physical injury. And yet, for intending to cause the physical injury, they get a Class A misdemeanor if it's you or I or any regular member of the public. But here they get a penalty that equals potentially 10 years in prison. Is that correct?
Yes, a Class C felony is punishable after 10 years in prison.
And in the assault statutes that we have, there is a Class C felony in the assault statutes as well. Is that correct?
I believe there's a D felony, which is assault in the second degree. And then there's a assault in the first degree, which is a B felony.
Okay, so there's not a C. Well, with the D felony, what are the requirements to get the D felony, which is less time than the C felony we imagine here?
Oh, actually, I take that back, Mr. Chair. Assault in the second degree is generally a D felony. Generally what's required for the D felony is you have to intend to cause physical injury to another. There's generally a requirement of by means of a deadly weapon or other dangerous instrument. So it's the assault in that instance. And if in fact that assault with a deadly weapon causes serious physical injury to another person, then and only then is it the C felony. It's a D felony punishable by 5 years, unless it causes serious physical injury, in which case it becomes the C felony.
Thank you, and that's what I thought I remembered. And so you would have to have intention there to cause physical injury. There would have to be a serious physical injury, and I believe there's also a part about a medical part about whether you cause stupor, unconsciousness, and physical impairment. So in order to get the 10 years under the statute, the level of seriousness would require that you not only cause a physical injury, which that is a very broad category, but that is what we would consider a serious physical injury, and that there is intention behind it. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, Mr. Chair.
And it is only at that point that you would get the penalty of 10 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as the proponent of the bill, I would ask you, do you remember in the hearing, the question being asked, could we not put the current penalties for assault on a sign?
Yeah, I believe we could. We could say that, what the difference is between an A felony and or an A misdemeanor and the felony is. I would say, for example, we specifically spell out that, and this happens in other instances where you put it on the sign. Sure.
Thank you. And I remember that as well, which was part of my confusion because I didn't understand if we could do that. And I asked the question, had the laws that we have on the books been taken into full account and had people avail themselves of what they could currently do? And the answer to that was no. And yet here we are seeking to enhance a penalty to the point where we're establishing a 10-year penalty for things that are less than what we do for a Class A misdemeanor. I would ask the proponent of the bill if he remembers the conversation during the hearing about when the duties of the person who's acting as a sports official ends. And I will remind him that what I mean by that was there was some contention about whether they were still performing their duties if they had walked off the field and were going to file paperwork, tally scores, things like that. Is that something that you remember?
Yeah, I'm going back to look at the bill, Senator Winfield. It says for purposes of this section, sports official means not limited to the timekeeper. Yeah, I think it's while they're performing their duties.
Right. Yes, correct. But there was contention about what that means, and it was unclear to me where the performing of the duties ends. Is that clearly spelled out here anywhere?
No, it doesn't specifically say. So, I guess if the Little League umpire is on the baseball field calling balls and strikes, that may be pretty obvious. But if they're putting their equipment away in the shed after the game, it's unclear on the face of the language.
So we are potentially creating a penalty that gives you the possibility of 10 years, and it's unclear when that penalty would apply as we have the JFS language here before us. Look, Mr. Chair, I know others have questions. I want to give them an opportunity to get their questions in, but honestly, I don't know that this is a good piece of legislation. I think that before we pass something like this, we should take advantage of the laws that are already on the books that I think could take care of the issues that were brought before us as a committee. I thank you for your answers to my questions, and I thank the committee for its indulgence.
Thank you. I think I had Representative Porter next.
I'm sorry, I have an airplane flying over. If you want to come back to me.
Sure. Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo a lot of what the good senator said. I was taken aback at the hearing, and being a mom who attends many a sport event and is oftentimes horrified by the behavior of parents around me, I do think something needs to be done. I wish it didn't, but I do think something needs to be done. That said, there were some really great conversations during the public hearing, and I think if these sports organizations were to highlight current law on signs at the baseball field, for example, or the hockey rink, or send out notification to parents when we get the team list and have to sign a variety of papers, including information about concussions, which we here at the legislature passed, about appropriate behavior in the stands and what current policies are on the books that could be used should someone harass or physically assault a ref. I think that would be a very proactive step to address this issue in the state. And so I will vote in favor of the bill to move it forward, but think at this point in time, the penalty is too harsh, and that there are other ways to get at this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Senator Winfield pretty much covered all of what I was thinking to ask, but I wanted to just get clarity around what's the penalty for assault under the current law that we have. I know this would give you up to 10 years, but currently with what we have on the books, what would that be?
It depends on the degree, Representative. They range all the way from a Class A misdemeanor to a Class B felony, depending on the type of assault we're talking about. And what the outcome is.
And there's no way to correlate that with what we have in this piece of legislation that is before us?
I would submit that general assault, as I think the proponents of this legislation are trying to make it, is generally a Class A misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in prison.
I'm sorry, punishable by,
Up to a year in prison,
wow, up to 1 year.
Class A
But in-
misdemeanors. Yep.
But in this,
Mr. Chair,
Representative. Yep.
I was just going to remind you the time.
Yep. So Representative, I hate to cut you off, but we are at 3 o'clock, which is the time this meeting has to adjourn. I just want to remark on this bill super briefly that, I certainly understand where the proponents of this bill were coming from and the need to properly police our, particularly over aggressive parents in Little League games. I know I was helping coach my 8-year-old softball practice yesterday as we were wrapping up our meeting. But the bill is currently written, just needs too much work for this committee to move it forward this year. Obviously, we're out of time at this point too anyways. But I would certainly encourage the sports leagues and others who came before us this year on this to, take some of the suggestions to heart. And with that, we do need to end debate on this and need to officially adjourn the Judiciary Committee for the 2021 session. As this is our last JF meeting, certainly I want to take an opportunity to commend certainly all of the members of this committee for a lot of hours. The Judiciary Committee always does a lot of public hearings. We often have very involved, sometimes very passionate public hearings. We sat through a lot of testimony this year. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less than a normal year, but we sat through a lot of testimony. And I think one of the things about the doing this remotely that was interesting this year is the level of member participation. Oftentimes in a committee, you see the chairs and the ranking members and the vice chairs and a couple other members who hang around till the bitter end. We had very, very strong attendance at all of our public hearings this year. I really want to commend all the time the members put into listening to the public. And then to the amount of time that went into redrafting bills. As every year, I think we JF'd out or JFS'd out some bills that are still works in progress, but not a ton. I think a lot of the real substantive work and refining of legislation did happen during the committee process this year. I think we voted out a lot of bills that are ready for prime time, so to speak. And that's a testament to certainly the work of this committee. I obviously want to particularly single out my co-chair, Senator Winfield. I've had the fortune of serving with for the last 3 years in this role, and certainly couldn't ask for a better partner in running this committee. And also thank our ranking members, Senator Kissel and certainly Representative Fishbein as the new ranking member of this committee. Sort of slid right in, and this committee operated, I think, very, very smoothly in large measure thanks to the time and attention he has put in. I often joked with him as he called me for the 16th time in a particular day. You've got to stop calling me. My wife is starting to ask questions, but be that as it may, I think the open, frank conversation between the chairs and the ranking members was important as we did our work. I also obviously want to thank our vice chairs, Senator Blumenthal and Senator Kasser, for all of their help and assistance this year in screening and working through bills, in helping to draft legislation, and filling in, particularly as needed in chairing public hearings. Before I turn it over to Senator Winfield and Representative Fishbein, we need to obviously call out by name the staff of this committee. This committee has one of the larger staffs in the General Assembly, and for good reason, because of the volume of work we do. And you know, we could not have a better staff if we asked for it. Each and every one of them work tirelessly, often very early in the morning to very late at night, to make us look better and make this process work. So obviously it starts at the top with our committee administrator, Deb Blanchard, who has been with us for a number of years and does just an amazing job of keeping us all on task and on time. Certainly our clerk and my aide, Zoe Gluck, who I just couldn't speak more highly of. Obviously the amount of time and energy and effort she puts in to this committee is amazing. I'll let Senator Winfield certainly thank his folks. But our sessional staff, George Marinelli, Rose Herschel, and Alan Spots. You know, George played through pain this year, was on the DL beginning of the year, and was back with us as soon as possible. And Alan in particular, and Rose, but Alan really as our timekeeper all year long, hour in and hour out at the public hearing, keeping that 3-minute clock. Certainly our LCO staff, we're blessed with I would argue the best in the building. Certainly it starts at the top with Professor Emeritus Bill O'Shea, who has been really doing double duty, both as the acting director of LCO, but also continuing to support and help this committee through the year. Angela Rem, who really is our criminal law guru, and all of these big criminal bills you see, it's Angela that makes it all happen. And Chris Reinhardt, who's was new to our committee this year as our civil LCO attorney, and stepped right in, after the start of session, and really didn't skip a beat, and got up to speed very quickly on a number of the civil bills we were trying to run. I want to thank our OLR folks as well, James Orland, Michelle Kirby, and Duke Chen, who have been with us for a few sessions now generally, and really do an amazing job of running down research for us, and tend to answer questions before we even ask them sometimes. So appreciate that. And obviously Phoenix Ronan, who is our OFA support as well. Also want to thank our legal interns from University of Connecticut School of Law, Lucas Lamond and Jessica Topper, for their help, particularly with sifting through the claims and claims resolution. And I also need to make sure to thank Adam Scavera from the House Dems policy staff, who works very hard to help me, was very instrumental in a number of the bills we did this year and research we did, particularly with respect to the red flag firearm law. He spent many hours, even over a weekend, working on that, and I want to thank him for that. With that, I will turn it over to Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Representative Stastrom. Going after that, a lot has been said, and I'm going to cover a little bit of the same ground. I want to start off by saying I've had the good fortune of chairing many of the committees in the building, something like 7, I think. And if you added in my vice chairmanships, I've covered almost all of the committees in the building. So I've had the opportunity to be in leadership of many committees. And I will say that, to my mind, this is the best committee. And that is someone with a lot of perspective on how committees actually run. And the reason for that is owed to the people that the chairs get to surround themselves with. We're lucky to have Vice Chairman Blumenthal, Vice Chairwoman Kasser, who jump right in and make sure that they are a part of actually doing the work here. Sometimes we have vice chairs who for whatever reason, aren't involved. They have other work, but our vice chairs are deep in the work. I want to turn to the ranking members. Senator Kissel is a longtime member of this committee. I think everyone knows that, and knows this committee the same way that anybody here could possibly know it. Representative Fishbein is new to this role, and I think did an amazing job. I enjoyed working with him, and doing this job is not a job that you always enjoy. But the conversations were thoughtful. We debated things back and forth and tried to represent to each other what honestly was going on. And I think in the work that we do, that is extremely important. Representative Stafstrom pointed out all of the staff on LCO, OLR, and OFA. And I want to thank all of them. I want to thank Alan for being a timekeeper, because that job's got to be as difficult as being one of us sitting there the whole time trying to keep track. He went from Alan spots his hand goes up to Mr. Time's up, and then we realized we probably didn't want to say that to Mr. Timer. And he did an amazing job. George has been here many, many years, and we thank him. Listen, we have amazing people doing the work of drafting on these bills. We just gained Chris Reinhardt, who's been around the building for a while. And I think he knows as well as anyone who's been working with us that we call a lot. We make a lot of changes, and we need them fast. And he responded fast. And so I thank him for that. The work he's done was impeccable, and it really means a lot to me. We still were able to keep Bill O'Shea a little bit, which I had some fear when he was being elevated, because he has for years done amazing work for us. And so I'm happy he stayed around, at least kind of be there with us. And then there's Angela, and I don't place Angela above everybody else, except I do, because I call Angela a lot. I apologize to Angela a lot. I apologize to you again, even though I didn't call you, because I call Angela incessantly. And as the session goes on, after we get out of committee, I have a tendency to rewrite bills many, many times. So I'm apologizing to you in advance, because you know what's coming. But she always responds and somehow gets it right, no matter how many times you ask her to do it. And she works through most weekends when she's dealing with me. And God, I'm so sorry about that. I was fortunate to have Amina become my staff person, my aide. And she was unfortunate to become my aide at the beginning of the pandemic. So she didn't really get to go through a session in the way that we normally go through a session. And apparently she still didn't get to go through a session in the way that we go through a session, but she's learning, and she's catching on and doing a good job there. And I want to thank her for helping me to do the work that I do. There's Zoe, who's not my aide, but she's the clerk of the committee. And she has always been willing to step in. It just is amazing that she can do the work that Steve needs, be the clerk of the committee, and then deal with me and all of my billions of emails and all of the stuff that comes my way, and do it with a smile. Amazing. Thank you. Very good work. And there's Deb, who, of course, I've been on the committee since I got here in 2009 and have worked with in all of my various capacities on the committee. I've been the vice chair in the House, vice chair in the Senate, now the chair here in the Senate. And one time just a member who happened to actually stay late when we used to stay late all the time. And there was always Deb right there, who knew what was going on, who helped to guide us, who, when you look at one of these committees, there's a heart, and that's Deb. And so I want to thank all of you for being all of that. And then finally, again, to my co-chair, Representative Stafstrom, who I think was trying to make me blush by saying such good things about me, but I'm not blushing. He has been an amazing partner as well. I think we make a great team. And I think you see that in the results of this committee. And then finally, to all of you, it is difficult sometimes to be a part of this committee because people have such divergent views. And sometimes I know we smile at the camera this year, but we do not feel that And somehow this committee, with all of those divergent views, with all of the passion we have, we get it done at the end. And it couldn't happen if you all weren't the people you are. So thank you very much. I've enjoyed it. And I think I will pass it to Representative Blumenthal. Oh, no, are we going ranking members next? Or we go? We'll go to Blumenthal. We'll let Representative Fishbein close us out. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the chairs for the way they ran this committee and the way they've run this committee in the past several years. I think, as been said, this is a committee where there's strong opinions, often divergent opinions, but we've maintained the ability to talk to one another and not only to disagree agreeably, but also to work together to make bills that we may disagree on better. And so I've been grateful to be a part of that process. I'm tremendously grateful as a legislator to the staff of this committee who've just done a tremendous job, especially Zoe and Adam and Deb, and last but not least, as you said, Angela, who's dealt with a lot of my inquiries over the weekend. So thank you to everyone. It's been a great session. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see Senator Kasser, so I'm going to go to Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have to start with thanking the chairs. We've worked side by side throughout this session, shoulder to shoulder, and it hasn't all been pretty. But in the end, I think we've come to a happy place in most regard. You've taught me a lot as we've gone through these months, and I appreciate that. Steve, you've always answered the phone, and I respect that, and Gary as well. You know, I know I call a lot, we talk a lot. That's all part of the process. And you know, when I got my ranking member training book, they didn't tell me I had to put something together for this last day. Otherwise, I would have written a poem. But I didn't. So you know, I've been amazed. Bill O'Shea is just a fountain of knowledge. You know, I've been amazed. The questions that are thrown at him, his responses. You know, Angela, I think we got a revised bill from Angela at like 4 o'clock in the morning one day. You know, and I was just like, does she ever sleep? Chris, I didn't know he was new to the committee. You know, seamless coming in, amazing. Zoe's always there, you know, Zoe's always picking up what we dropping on the floor. And of course, Deb, you know, I gotta say the best. And, you know, there's a negative to bringing all this stuff out because people may be taken away from us. So I just, you know, we want to keep the team together. So, but they're all awesome. And Brian and Brian over here, you know, interpreting things or working on bills together, been a lot of help. And, you know, my Republican caucus, my incessant emails, telling them where we're going and where I'm hoping we're going to be. But you know, an amazing experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. With that, unless Representative Stafstrom has something else to add, we will.
Just gonna say real quick, I think the thing I'm most bummed about probably in the entire remote pandemic session is obviously no JF party today. We can't all go gather in the Oak Club together, and that's, you know, one of the traditions about this committee that I think has fallen off from most committees in the building. But you know, I miss and I, you know, I'm hoping we can maybe do something later in the session, later in the year after, you know, maybe outdoors, who knows, once vaccinations. But in lieu of that, I certainly look forward to it, you know, next year, if not, because it is a tradition of this committee, as is meeting on the last day. And it bums me that we're not able to kind of get together and clink a glass today. But soon enough.
All right. And so with that, I want to thank you all for your participation. We're not done, obviously. We'll have bills that are referred and There's still work to do, but thank you for your participation in the normal run of things for this committee for this year. And with that, I call this committee meeting to a close. Thank you.